Testing. Cool. Okay, cool. Get that sorted. Let me get a link and we'll let people know that we're going to get started, which will be cool. Make sure I've got all my windows open where we need them. Oh, crap. I just needed that one. Okay, I guess we'll boot that up in a minute. All right. I might end up losing my voice. I don't know. But we're going to see how much we can get done in decent amount of time. A few hours. Maybe stop for some food in between. A link from YouTube to be like, tell people where I'm live, but it's not loading. Here we go. Let people trickle in. Go from there. Okay, it's Discord. The awesome peeps over on Patreon now. Video. Alright, guys, I think we've got a couple of people in here, but I'm just trying to do these posts. Write them up. Should we tag them? Should we tag JetBrains? That be any good? Ooh. Show game watching C++. Oh boy. Glenn, hello. All right, interesting. Yeah, so they made Rider free apparently not indies. I feel like I need to keep clarifying that it's not sponsored. I've wanted to learn C++ for a really long time. The problem is, doing it with Visual Studio absolutely sucks. So the idea was, now that they've made it free or easy to access, so there's no membership for like teaching, then I can give it a try. But if it's a good tool, I don't mind talking about a good tool. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, they've done like a non-commercial. So as long as it's only for learning and self-education, then I can go with it. And they've added like an AI assist, so I thought, why not? My eye is going absolutely nuts today. I'll let people trickle in for a little bit, and then I might do some more social posts. I don't think it can hurt, can it? Maybe for a couple of months doing hand tracking, but you start learning C++, I'm in these trenches with you. I'm totally up to learning this. So the idea is just to create a character that has the logic of the VR porn, I think. We do that, and then we can kind of go from there and see what we can do. But I've got a feeling that that might be pushing it. So we'll see what we can get done. Where's my Discord post? I'm just going to copy that. Not tags anymore. Um, hashtag VR. That should be fine. There we go. Oh, why don't you verify? Okay. I don't ever use Twitter, but since we're doing something like this, why not? Okay. That should be all right. I don't think we need anything else. There we go. Okay. Epic Games 5.4 we're going to use. Oh, damn, I missed chat. That's nice. Ryder is nice. JL, hello. Just bit for Ryder again on Friday, but I figured out how to unsubscribe. It's not too bad though. There should be a unsubscribe button, I imagine. Games, virtual reality. We're gonna do a blank project actually because we can do C++ by default. Mobile scalable, which is default VR settings. Um, um, and we'll just do the VR just for the fun of it because we can use that if we use default VR template is like an idea of layout. We can kind of recreate that in C++ and then go from there. And then this try it out. Robert Adams GPT 4.0 was great. Teach us let's go and try it. I've got ChatGPT open to kind of re-solidify some stuff that I need to cover, like that I already knew, like header files and C++ files, that kind of thing. But I don't want to state anything just yet. I mean, like this does this or this does that because I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head. But yeah, I've encountered cool explain sections that I don't understand. It's really insane. Like some people I work with I have switched yet at times. I do get frustrated with Visual Studio. I've done Visual Studio when it's been working with uh, do some of the C++ Udemy courses. I've tried getting through, but even then, it's an absolute nightmare. I kind of just gave up on it. So the idea is to see how well this is, see if it's worth me pursuing, and then we can go from there to do some more stuff. Uh, Jail, yeah, I feel like Visual Studio is always mad. It makes it really frustrating to switch to Rider. Yeah, um, I'm sure I'll try out Rider eventually, just not switching now, possibly at the end of production. Okay, that makes sense. Stick with what you've got. If it works, it works. Matthew, what is JetBrains Rider? Is it like an assist ID for coding? Good morning, afternoon, by the way. Cool. Good morning, afternoon. It is just gone almost 1 o'clock here, so it's not too bad. Although my eyes are killing already. Is that better? JetBrains Rider, not a sponsor, as I keep saying, is it's like an IDE, but specifically, I think it's specifically designed for Unreal Engine, or it just works with Unreal. But apparently, it's fantastic with its integration. You get less errors than working with Visual Studio or VS Code. So they've got a free version, which is all I'm using. I don't really have any requirement for anything else. But it says for learning and self-education, which I thought this was pretty fitting. So the idea is to use this. I've already downloaded it, already set it up, so it's installed. We're just going to boot up a blank project, C++, mobile, scalable. We'll change the project settings around to match a VR project a little bit easier. We'll make a new level. And then, if I remember, we've got to change, disable live coding, and then disable live coding, and tell the editor preferences that we're using it for it to work, I think. But we'll go from there. Yeah, integration is fantastic, pretty much out of the box. I installed it just before I started all the stream stuff up. The only thing that's annoying is I got this from a test project behind my head. So compiling errors or compilation errors, and it won't go away. I don't know what it's from. But it just seems to exist there behind the camera. So I've got to try and ignore that. Hopefully, it's pretty easy. Although I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm probably going to screw stuff up quite a bit. I should have grabbed a drink before I started. Okay, so editor. I know we've got to go to editor preferences and then source code, and then change this here to Rider, which I've already done. So that boots up. Project settings, all settings, VR. Start in VR so we can actually access it. I'm going to change this from instance. I might do instance area mobile multi-view. Everything else, rendering. Everything in here should be absolutely fine. Although I'm turning you off because you just take forever. It should, I'm pretty sure, go back to forward shading. Let's enable that just for the sake of it. We might have to compile shaders, but at least it's the joys of starting a new project. Let's restart now and we'll see what happens. GL, and be sure you install Rider. I've already done that. So when Rider booted up, uh, it already did it. So I think it's in here. In the last project I did, there was a Unreal Engine button. So I've got a feeling that'll turn up when I add a C++ class. Show games. What's the point of Rider? It's an IDE, but it has more integration into Unreal. So if you're writing C++ code, apparently it can just do a lot for you, but I've got no idea. That's why we're going to try it out. Okay, we've restarted. We're in forward. We got that. So let's do content, new level before we jump in. And let's go demo, save file, save all, project settings, map to mode so I don't forget. So I don't think anybody's going to be able to follow along with this because I'm just going to be making the whole lot up as I go for workflow. So I might be doing stuff entirely wrong when it comes to doing a C++ workflow with Unreal. So we just kind of got to take that in its stride. So I've changed the level mode. Let's just throw some stuff in. Start as fast as possible, so that's why I'm blitzing through it. Just so we got some references of whereabouts we are on the level. We can always build a level afterwards. I've got no idea about the scale. Okay, so we've got an environment, skylight, stationary. I thought we need to change it to movable for it to count. Directional light static, that's fine. That directional light is way too high. Right, something like that. And then we need to play a start. Got that, and then we're going to need a nav mesh if we actually get this far. I would love to be able to set up some kind of logic to make us teleport, but it's feasible in like 4 hours. Um, I'm not going to be able to keep up with chat in this stream, I don't think. If you look up Visual Studio versus Rider Performance, there's a basic comparison of the two on the website, Coding Insight. Chico, hello. I've done some C++. I've done some C programming with Arduino, so I'm not a stranger, but this is definitely where I should apply this Unreal Engine. Well, it's easy, just make the blueprint mechanic and then turn it into C++, otherwise it'll be harder than you think. In YouTube, lots of videos about turning blueprints into C++. Well, so I'm not too sure why there's no really point in that if I'm going to learn it. The idea is to recreate the blueprint or the class from scratch and then add the stuff with C++. We're going to do a little bit of mix and match. We'll use the existing VR template, which we'll boot up in a bit as a reference, but we'll kind of go from there. 100%. I've got it in my library. I did, but I used to have it. But because I'm doing a VR, I'm not worried about that. Okay, we've got this save all build lightning only. So we've got a player start. We need to set up a player with C++ and then get it set up to work with our game mode, which I think is going to be the main thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little backup folder. So when I inevitably screw it up, got it. and I really break something, we can kind of just stop from there. Okay, so instinct is, you're not gonna let me do it. Or is it? I don't know, that's gonna cause issues. Eh. What it will do is it'll break here. Okay, so we've got that. It's adding to the public because we want other things to access it. I think this stream's gonna be so embarrassing. And I'm pretty sure once we create the class, it should boot up Rider for us. Like stuff, your mic is cutting out. I can move my mic closer, but it's probably also my voice. So I'm pretty sure I'm losing my voice. I can try that, but I've got a feeling I'm going to hear background noise. Although I need noise removal. I think we need to do that. Is it because I'm listening to music at the same time? I think that might be better now. Okay, let me know if that's any better for audio, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, so we've opened this up, and I've got 9 errors. What's supposed to happen? Oh, do I need to disable live coding? Hide syntax? Okay, we don't need syntax errors. Although it's probably going to tell me off if I do something. It's not. Oh, it's not going to tell me it's wrong. That's cool. Let's put this on the right there. That's the wrong one. That does not look like Unreal. Like so. Can I really just do this as I normally would with blueprint stuff? Yeah. Where'd it gone? On loudspeaker. My music was on loudspeaker. It's a lot easier to open the project from Rider rather than Visual. So is that just a case of we just close that and then just run debug? And then I imagine it would build like projects and then put in. I got this before when I was trying to test. Um, so this one, something to do with live coding. So run this, and I get this error for live coding. But I don't actually know if this is loading up now. Am I doing this wrong? Is there a better way to boot this up? Live coding's a nightmare, usually disable it. Okay. Let's open it from the Epic launcher, and then we'll disable live coding. I think it's editor preferences. Enable live coding. I don't know why it's bringing this up as just an empty level. I change the folder name. Save the live coding and boot from Rider. Then you can compile anytime you want and it'll update in you. Okay, so close that. Then figure out how to boot it from here. In Visual Studio, it's typically just right click and then is it run or build? But I'm also going to load up my Notion, my C++ notes. Um, so when I get advice like this, I can copy it. Okay, so how do we boot a project from here? Right, installation, we've already done that. Build, build selected projects, total time. Nothing happened. See, I'd assume it was just run. There we go. So we just use run and then it builds through as long as I got it selected. Go, click again. Done. Okay, so now we can add something. So tools, new C++ class. We want a pawn. We're not going to do anything complicated like a character at this point. So new. Did I already add a new C++? That's the class that I made before. We got this one. But where is it in my content browser? VR practice, public, VR pawn. Okay. All right, we made progress. We did C++. That's it. All done. Save all. I know that variables go inside of the header, so anything add in here is going to be added in. And using OpenXR, so I need to check to see if I've actually got those plugins enabled. Eye tracker, hand tracking, it's going to stop any issues, and we need XR base. I forgot how much stuff you need to do for a blank project. Should be pretty quick though. This is the most popular stream that I've had in a long time. People just like seeing failure when it comes to C++. Um, God, my throat's not frog. Classes you want to forward declare and includes going to C++ more performant or at least that's you. Let's go. Small. So we've got our VR pawn, that is here. We've got our VR pawn.h and then VR pawn.c++. My first thought would be to add a motion controller support. So I think it would be hash include search motion controller component.h. I don't know what's grayed out. Possibly because if we add the include in the header, then it tells the C++ file that we're going to use a motion controller. Include call every frame. That's just event tick, begin play, parameter active tick. That's default settings. So do we just add it in here? Do another one. People really like horror and scary stuff. I should have done it for Halloween. That's what it is. Okay, so I know this the CPP file is where we put everything. So in here, do we have to do hash include our pawn.header? That just references this file. Set this pawn to call tick every frame. You can turn this off and improve performance. Functionality. If we add more stuff, it's going to be in here, isn't it? Public. This is where we do it. Is it here? We do view property. View property. Oh, what is it? Wait, there. This is where I have my C++ in ChatGPT. It's like view property. Yeah, so in public, we got two publics. Property. Anywhere. Blueprint, read only, category components. So it already fills out. And then U motion controller component. It's pointing at the motion controller. Don't know how to give it a name. Let's check chat, see if anyone's shouting at me. Josh, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to add a motion controller component. I don't know how to do the built-in AI thing. Is it? I just try it as it is. If I do, how do I build it? Do I just hit build again? Build the project. Oh, what's going on? That's wrong then. Hmm. Do I need to build it when I modify the code? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave the AI for now. Typical question: do you think it's worth learning UE and blueprints before looking into learning UE C++? I can't help that UE C++. Um, I don't know. I've been doing blueprints for like 8 years now, and I've never actually had a requirement to jump into C++. I'm only doing it now because I want to. Um, so you can just start Unreal and just get straight into doing it with blueprints, and then blueprints gives you the knowledge of how Unreal works without having the overhead of C++. So now that I know how blueprints communicate, how code works within Unreal, then I can convert it to C++ and kind of take it from there. So I'd say it's probably better to do blueprints first, make something cool quickly, and then learn how to make it better afterwards. That would be my take. Uh, yes, you have to build the hammer icon. Ah, that one. Okay. So if I add code in here, I hit that, and then it builds it, and then it updates in here. But I know I want this one to be a blueprint class. Because then if I make it a blueprint class, we can then see it. So content for the blueprints, create the born class. And then if I open this, we get this one here. So the goal is to add a class in here for motion controller or camera. Camera would be handy first. And then we see it update in here. Um, I think it's just a case of anything I want component wise, I just add in here. So we want a camera component, and then it's just a case of figuring out where I put the components themselves. Once we do it, and then expose it in here. Motion control component we're going to need. Camera component we're going to need because we're going to need to see through the player. So I need to figure out whereabouts in here that I put the U projects. Where was my chat GPT window? Because I already asked it some questions. So the C++, the C++ file is where it's got the U properties. So in here, void. There's a few publics. That's what I'm getting confused on. And there's no public in here. It also doesn't have the pragma once. That is on the other one. Have I done something wrong? So I'm doing this as like I've got just no idea. UE5 instance isn't linked. Wait, what? UE5, press play again. This is confusing. What's the U down here? Unreal link. I just want to press everything. Go in and just click as many things as possible and see what happens. Okay. So is it? So we know that it's linked because it's green now. Is that what it is? It didn't do that before. So then I can press this, and then I imagine because we haven't added anything, it's changed. So your properties go into the header file, and then your code for those properties go into C++ file. Do you want me to post an example of something on Discord? No, it's all cool. I appreciate it, but it's cool. There was something to us. When you code edit, you click build. I found that it's pretty cool. Right, so it's a green when it's linked. Thank you, Matthew. But we'll try. I just kind of want to wrap my head around it. But I don't. I think the problem as well is ChatGPT is showing it differently to what I've got, which is why I'm getting confused. I feel like it's missing something, but I don't think it is. See, I in my head it's like public. Hold every frame. We don't need every frame. So this is default pawns properties. So this is where we set the default value, which would be property. Can't add motion controller. So it's not going to be in here. So you properties need to go in C++. Begin play is a case of add component. So I want to be able to change, I want to add a component in here and then have it actually displayed in the blueprints list, in the components list. Let's ask ChatGPT. To add U motion control component Unreal Engine 5 using C++, U motion controller component allows to interact. Declare the motion controller in the header file. So in here, motion controller component. Position tracking. Declare point. So it's include. And then in here under public, void begin play, void pawn. Do I create that one? This is what I'm looking at. Do the constructor if we are pawn. Okay, my screen size is 4K. Do it in the constructor. So that is that this one? Really dumb. Before, wasn't it? I think this is what it's saying. So I've added the motion controller component and then public set once values pawn would be in there. So I don't need to run every tick. Calls every frame, create a blind functionality input. So it'll be in here. So wait, what? New property visible anywhere, blueprint read only, blueprint read only, category equal components. But I didn't put that in there, so okay. And then U motion controller component. And then we've got a pointer at the motion controller. And then we just name this, so left motion controller. So if I run this using the little hammer, don't think anything's happening. This is left motion controller. And then you have a second one, which is the name. Those public ones are just functions. That is outputting the tick function like you see in Blueprint. Right. Josh, is it not building? It's not doing anything. I click the little hammer and nothing's actually happening. So I don't know if I broke something. Is it because this is on stop? Do I have to stop it? Nope, that just closes it. Because I added the code in here, I get this error. So imagine that error, that code that I wrote is what's failing, and that doesn't build then. It's terrible tutor. I just want to remote on and do it for you. I don't know how you do it. Just patience. That's the thing. Like you just gotta let people struggle sometimes. So if you have one, this is where I had it, and I had it like so, because it would be two of them. We need the left and right motion controller, and then now I just want to hit build. Starting hot reload took 0 seconds. I just said void motion controller component. Because I added it in here. No. Fatal error. Unresolved externals. What? Delete that since I'm not using it yet. Yep. I can't be messing this up so bad, can I? Alright guys, it's your time. Is you set to use rider in edit preferences? It is. So edit preferences, source, where is it? Source code, set to rider. So it should be fine. And then from there, so external symbols. Do I have to reference something else? Motion control component. Do I have to do something like OpenXR or something? Matthew, you've not messed up. You're missing the other half. It's your categories. Drop the quotes. It added the quotes for me though. Correct. I thought they were. Problems. Syntax. So highlight. Yeah. This is a problem with C++. Plus. Every time somebody tries to do something, it seems like everybody has a different experience. Josh Freeman, those are just properties, right? Um, I honestly don't know. so confusing. You probably visible anywhere. Public. What does so we've added those in there, motion controllers, and then we've got right motion controller, left motion controller. I'll comment it out in a little bit. Step 2, initialize a motion controller component in the C++ file. In the implementation file beyond, you initialize the configuration of U motion controller component instances, typically in the constructor. So this one here. Okay, let's try this. I'm pretty sure it's saying to do it in here. So it would be capitals, left motion controller, create default subobject. U motion controller component. Oh, no, I want that. Create default subobject. U motion controller, and then left. Oh, and then do I just do the same thing? That. It's also got set attachment, root component, and then set tracking source. Okay, so we'll need the tracking source, I know that. Do we just do the whole thing? So if that's the case, is it just... Oh, I can't believe I'm doing this. Copy that, and then copy that. I've just lost my little... What's it called? Oh, I thought I was missing stuff. See? What? Whoa. Bill? Nice afternoon, just seeing you streaming. Hello. Oh, damn, the AI tool is crazy. This isn't even the AI tool, this is just the built-in one. And I don't know if anything happened when I hit that. I undetermined character constant. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to press that. Left motion controller, right motion controller, components. you mean? This one? I almost want to press it again. I just want to add a component and see it pop up in there. Get used to the editor. It seems like it. Hey, by the way, I created a root C component. I know. As soon as I saw the code to be like attach it to a root component, I was like, it needs just a default scene component. But we can't even get one of these to add into the player. So adding another component, it's just like, oh, what the fuck? You have two quotes at the end. Ah, fuck. I see a little arrow, and I'm just like, it's just a refresh button, and then it just does the whole project. Build. Still nothing. Show log. How's it undeclared? Is it these? Is it because I don't? Would the root component be named to default scene root? Is that what I need to do? I don't think that's right. Am I making it worse? I thought in Unreal you had to compile it in here as well. How frustrated is everybody with me right now? Two quotes at the end. We fix that. It should be U motion controller and motion controller 2, I think. Thanks. Control Shift B to build. Pressed it and nothing happened. Okay, Control Shift B. We'll see. Okay, so it is doing it. It's just building. And you said it was it should be U motion controller and not motion controller 2, I think. In here. Right. Right or in here. Have I not set something up? Do I need to add like OpenXR or something? Gosh, get in there, keep going. No, inside the brackets, why it's red should be U motion controller component. The delay on this stream is kicker. So yeah, I've changed that U motion controller component, and then text and then name is left motion controller, right motion controller. What error say? I'm not getting an error. Oh, I'm getting the one from in Unreal. Sorry. So yeah, error link 2019 unresolved external symbol. DL import class U class. No register void. Dynamic initializer for public static struct. I don't understand any of this. The header file can sometimes cause issues. I don't think it's yours, but this good practice anyway. It's the class in the includes. Is it not? No, it's not. So hash include, and then is it just motion controller component header again? I thought we put that in the header file so we didn't have to have this here. I thought that's how it went. So we've got it in here, motion controller component.header, and then we add these two in here. Just add them in. Oh, the modules he needs to add. I don't know. Matthew, remove it from your header file and add class. Okay. Delete. And then in here, and like that. Class view one controller component. Control Shift B. Oh, unable to find class. Delegating obstruct with class view motion controller component. Lowercase c for class. Oh man. I'm dyslexic. You start learning how to spell by the time you're 30, and then you start doing C++, and it tells you you're wrong. Still the same thing. Did I stop with the motion controllers and just do something else? Need to include a space. Please. No, I just get more. How do you guys deal with this? I could just go to add and then motion controller. It's like right there. Look at it. Done. Why is it so? Why? What? Should I just do? Is that what I do? I just add it in here, so like motion controller, and then figure out how to get this reference into the C++ file? I'm pretty sure that's what I told somebody this morning in Discord as well. Like, I'm sure I told that to somebody. Is that the way to do it? Was I right with telling other people that way? So we create the C++ class, and then we go into the blueprint and we add the motion controller component. And then we compile it, and then we see if there's a way to get the motion controller into the C++. Throw the error into Google. All right. Copy it. Google. Where are you? Visual Studio building a solution is stuck on creating library. My results. I don't think that's right. 10 days ago, how to resolve link error when using plugin class in C++ project. I'm trying to use a MetaXR class in C++ project. I've added a MetaXR plugin to the project and reloaded. It's usually either module not included in build.cs or correct header not included. Can also happen if you use a module code which you have not exported with the API macro. What the fuck? So I run into this pretty often because I use IAM-GUI. To solve this, you need to go to Editor Preferences, General, Loading and Saving, and check Force Compilation on Startup and set this to True. Force because outside libraries. That should fix your problem. Editor Preferences, General. Where is General? Editor Preferences, General, Loading and Saving. Check Force Compilation on Startup. Just do that. So if I close this, do I just do like Control S in here to control these? And then run it again. And then we try and build? Build, what the fuck? I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect it to be this freaking difficult. Can you do that? I can't remember how you can like comment out the whole section. ton of components like cameras and collisions. What if you make a new class that would already have attached and look at the code? Build the whole area in ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in there in a second. Do this and then hopefully get it to open. Added, if Epic provided a C++ VR template, but it's blueprint only. Yeah, nothing to reverse engineer as a joke. So it's struggling on new motion controller component import. Robert, I dealt with this 6 months ago. Solution modules, open the build.cs file. Okay, so we've loaded this now. We made that change that it said on Reddit, which would hopefully load stuff in. So if I remove this, puts us back to where we were. Control Shift B, start hot reload, and then we get the same thing. Solution. I'm sorry, Josh, but I don't know what the fuck that means. We've got the form doing it. We've got the character in. We're just trying to add motion controllers, like motion controller components, through C++. I know I can add them in the components list, but I feel like I shouldn't have to do that. Or is that the way to do it? Like if I add the motion controllers into the blueprint, can I then get that back into the C++? But I thought it was the other way around. C++ to blueprints, and you can't go from blueprints to C++ unless you rewrite it all. It looks like your code is fine, while the build.cs must reflect correct case. Like we've got the plugin. Wait a minute. From C++. The really old post. Our problems with using motion control is compiling this code. Runtime head mounted display public. Okay, in your build.cs, which is exactly what you have all been shouting at me to do. Is it this one or this one? Build.cs, it would be that one. Modules. Add the module to public dependency module names. Here, core. Enhanced input. What would be the module? Motion controller. What the bottom of that? Then you include the dependency that you need. So that is this section here. What's the dependency? In your build.cs file, you need to add the module to public dependency module names or the private one if you're only using classes from that module in the private folder. I'm going to assume that this is going to be more public because we're going to call it from other places, I imagine. So the case is, what is the module that we need to add? Is it just motion controller? Is the dependency just motion controller component? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I this kind of motion controller. Um, yeah, try motion controller. Just leave motion controllers as it is. Text name, link conversions, and open solutions and update settings. Only click configure to change. Do I need to change that? No, I'm not touching any of that. Okay. Control Shift B. Hot reload failed. Recompile failed. Generating Unreal Engine project model. Nothing happened. Using bundle.net instance of Unreal build tool is already running. Oh, what the? What? Do this. Wait for that to finish shutting down. There we go. And then we just create a new one. It's now got the new motion controller module or whatever that is. Oh, for fuck's sakes. What? Could not find definition for module motion controller. Like capital there. I feel like I need to apologize so much for this stream. It's just me getting frustrated. OpenXR. We know we're going to need that. Do I have to go through and just add the rest of them? Just a second, guys. Gotta write a message. Okay, so if you're looking for a component to add and you can't find it, generally what you do is do if it is a plugin, just give an example. Just giving an example, then locate the plugin folder in your engine folder and then copy and add that to your project's build soon file. Just like what you did right now. ChatGPT says head mount display. Try that instead. Maybe everything is under that. Head mount display has a suite of functionality added to it. OpenXR, I think you don't need anymore because it's now a plugin or whatever. Okay. Head mount display. Something happened. I compiled it, but I don't think we've got a version of the editor open. Expected VR port to be first header included. So this one I know I put this one in the wrong place. That built. We hit run because we haven't got a version of the editor open now because I closed it. How many people does it take to figure out C++ motion controllers? Okay, that loaded with the code that we've got. Pop that there. Editor. Are we going to have a motion controller in here? Yes! We could do it! I can't shout. I'm going to lose my voice. Okay, right. So to cover that, um, can I do like streams? Let's figure out if I can do like a little stream snippet. Because then we can kind of cover what we did. Oh my god, I coughed and now my face hurts. We need to create highlight videos. I can do stream marker and then I can kind of explain what we did. Okay, stream marker. So to add motion controllers with C++, you first need to open up your build.cs file. Then in here, add the head-mounted display, which kind of covers everything OpenXR related, which is pretty much what we assume in chat, I think. Once we've added that, you can build it. Then in the header, you can then add your motion controller U properties as left and right. And then in the VR pawn, you need to make sure that hash include motion controllers underneath the VR pawn. And then just add the normal stuff to go from there. So now what we need to do is we need to change this. We need to add a root component. So add an empty scene component and make sure that these are a child of that. And then we add a camera component to it. Okay. Why does that need to be in there? Jesus, that's so confusing. Thank you, everybody in chat. Because I wouldn't have figured that out by myself. Okay, I'll leave that one open. I'm trying not to cover my mouth, but I need to keep rubbing my nose. Josh, easy, innit? How long have we been going? Uh, an hour and 40 minutes. Give or take like 15 or 20 for doing posting at the beginning. just to get motion controllers into a freaking pawn class. Okay, so now because in here we did A controller hand right. We've got the left, and then we have right. So if I wanted to change something in here, let's just test this. I want to see. I just want to check to see how I would do this. Out of curiosity, cast shadow. So I take right motion controller, set cast shadow, and then because it's a bool, is it a case of just doing true? Brackets bool, new cast shadow void, change the value of cast shadow. It's gonna error out. No, Milo. Yeah. Undeclared identifier true. So what is true? What would be lowercase? Control Shift B compile, and we should see cast shadows hopefully change. Do I need to refresh this? Oh, it changed the default. So is that because it was open then? Cast shadow. False. Control Shift B. And then if I open that blueprint back up, the right motion controller should be back, but it saves what it was. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, does that count as progress? I'm slowly understanding. So really, logically, you probably wouldn't print all these out. You don't actually have to do that bit here, do you? So you could remove those because you wouldn't use them anywhere else. You Control Shift B because you could open up the blueprint and you could just change it in there yourself as it is. Otherwise, you're just going to have a whole duplicated list of variables in your C++ file, which already exists in here. Would that be the logic? Is that right? 97 minutes to add a component. Legend. Oh, it's so bad. But if that's the case, does that mean we would just do the same thing? So now if we get that error and we're like, we can't find a component, you just need to figure out what module essentially it belongs to go in here. Like something I have no idea about is UMG. I imagine if we went to create an actor with a UMG element, we might have to add that into here and then bring it in. Yeah, unless you're trying to do fancy stuff in C++, like conditions, then I'd leave it in blueprints. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're doing something really fancy and you need access to the variables, you put it in the C++. If not, you can just leave it in the blueprint, and then you can bring that in. Because now, if we go to compile, and then we open up our game mode, which we haven't got, we need to create a blueprint class. Oh, it's not, is it? Build new class. Is it in here? Game mode. We got game mode like so. I'm gonna get out of that habit while I'm in this to not just right click, go to blueprint, and then go straight into it. Josh, UMG is probably under engine, I think, so it should be fine. Okay. Once you it's all pretty quick. Cool. I do all UMG stuff in Blueprint. I would personally assume that it would be inside Blueprint because the whole UMG editor is designed for that. But we kind of go from there. Okay, so that's the VR game mode, which would then be added here, VR game mode, and also in our project settings, maps and modes, default VR game mode. So it's really bugging me that it keeps opening default. So hash include game mode, you would set your default player, wouldn't you? That's what you normally do in the class. So how would we do that? It's all we need. ChatGPT. I don't want to rely on ChatGPT. UE5, C++. Generate body. So I imagine we put something in here. Um, my go-to is to normally go to just search it in Google and then do images and then see what you can see in there. So this is like something super initialized game map options error ulog because ulog is just a print string, isn't it? I know that. You act a null pointer. Okay, it's just a reference. We're not there yet. Um, so all C++ get game mode. How to get my game mode in C++ functional live project. Game mode and game states to be C++. Ah, definitely got a cold or something. Setting the game mode. Um, there are several methods to set the game mode for a level. Order here from low priority to high. Set the default game mode entry script engine settings like settings section. That's what I just did here. Uh, game mode override, but I can clear that because we just changed it in project settings. Override project settings. Wait, can I just? Am I overthinking this one? I say that, but I know I'm not. It's gonna break. Right click, create blueprint class, content blueprints, VR game mode, and then it adds it in. I thought I was gonna have to manually set that up. So it's just a case of just changing player control class or default pawn class, sorry, uh, to VR pawn. What's it be? VR pawn. Fine. Do I reference the C++ file or the blueprint file? I feel like I'm just doubling up. It doesn't feel right. Wait, what? Yo, Vanek, hey, welcome. It's good to see you again. Josh Freeman, what are you going to try now? I want to try and get the game mode sorted, and then we can go and add a empty component, scene component to the player, and then we can add a camera. So when we press play in editor, we can actually view, we can look around, basically. That's the idea. But I don't know whether creating a blueprint from the C++ file is the correct way to do it, because I can just reference this kind of in here from the C++ file. Yeah, usually I make a blueprint using my C++ file as the parent class, then reference that blueprint where I need to. Right, so I was on the right track. It would be a common thing to do is just right click, create blueprint class, blueprints, VR game mode, and then set that in here. So I wouldn't need to put into the C++ file default pawn class to set this specifically to the right one, and then this would be VPVR pawn. Game mode, I'm not sure. I suppose you would, right? As you don't plonk it into the world. Yeah, I'm just not too sure whether you'd reference the VR pawn or the blueprint VR pawn. They're technically the same thing, really, aren't they? I'm asking that as a general. Game mode, I'm not sure about. Josh, yeah, I found that clear. It's a hierarchy thing, isn't it? So the C++ class, and then it's the blueprint. The blueprint's just a visual container of everything that we've got in our C++ class. So that would be the one that we're spawning in. Then the VR game mode, as it is. This is the whole mindset of like using C++ with the blueprints and not just one or the other. Game mode. Okay. So when we press play, it should ideally create our character. VR mode and then begin play. Okay. Game mode override should default. I need to stop naming them the same thing. I don't know which one I've got referenced. BP VR game mode. So yeah, if I do the C++, it doesn't do it. But if I do BP VR game mode, then it does. So we convert our game mode C++ into a blueprint, and then we can load that into the level, which then it reads. So now we've got yo, we spawned printing in. So it means this player blueprint is actually spawning in. Seems like we're on the right set. Referencing the C++ blueprint VR pawn, I think you could if you're not making more than one from it. Yeah, because we've only got the one character, it should be fine for this, I think. Or we'll just keep going and then we'll see what happens. Josh, mindset is: will I make multiple blueprints from this? Like I have C++ boss. I might make 5 bosses, then I reference the blueprints, of course. But if you just have the one VR, then I suppose go direct. Yeah, yeah, that would make logical sense because you don't need to double up. So I created the player so we could see a visual representation of what was happening, but my instinct would say delete the blueprint game mode and just use the C++ one. But I don't know how we access these classes from the game mode. Um, then again, I'm like, if it's already set up in the blueprint, do I need to do this? But that's just going back to blueprints. Um, Brains fried. Does it make sense why I'm confused? Chat GPT again. See what it says. Oh, create a new C++ game mode class. That's what we did. In Unreal Engine, go to Tools, New Classes, select Game Mode Base as the parent class. This is the simplest game mode based class. Name it something like My Game Mode and click Create. Set up the header file. In your custom game mode's header file, you'll specify a default pawn by declaring T subclass of variable, which holds a reference to a specific class type. Okay. Well, the header file is smaller, all the configure, so we don't have to do a C++, we can do it all in here. That's the line that we're after. Okay. So it is a case of delete the blueprint version, and then project settings. I don't know why it closed. Default game mode, VR game mode. That's our C++ one, and that is in here. In C++, it has a public and says a my game mode brackets a constructor. Is a generated body a constructor? Unreal Engine replaces it with the necessary boilerplate code that gets generated from the type. Macro takes no arguments but sets up the classes to support the instructor required by the engine. It is required for all U classes. Note that the generated body macro must be replaced at the beginning of a class body. Got public game mode. So then I would make a new public class. And then it says hashtag constructor. Why is that not turning blue? ABR game mode. That's us. Like so. And then does that mean that now in VR game mode C++ I can reference it? Is that what it's saying? Hash include VR game mode dot header and then hash include player. Why is it doing that? Why default pawn to page? That's not right. It's the I don't know why it keeps graying. Trying to folder your includes. You can probably turn that off. So yeah, I'll leave it for now. I'll just keep shouting at it. Crash include director. Oh, so it's graying it out because I'm not referencing. I think they're pointers. Do that, and then default pawn class, and I think that's it. And now because I'm loading, so that worked. Okay, I think I'm trying. I think I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Uh, I don't understand this bit. I'll be honest, I don't understand this bit. If I deleted this, would it still work? What this bit's doing. The other stuff I've got an idea of. So we're saying make public. Is it just saying literally make public um, VR game mode? I'm going to go with that. I think that's what it's doing. Probably means it isn't being used. Yeah. The delay sucks, but it's really nice to get the feedback when I know I've got something right. Okay, so we press play. We don't print string anything because our player doesn't have a print string. So if I go to vrpawn.h and we say on begin play, oh, when I did them Udemy courses, is I think this was the only text I ever put in. Not print string, though, is it? Five, the print. I do like print string. This is where the AI would probably be helpful. Uh, string. F string. Double dot. I don't know what's called. Print F. And then the message, it will be text. Is that right? All caps according to this. Spawned in. And is that it? Or do I need to do that one? Close it off. Control Shift E. Then do this here. Ooh. Bourne undeclared identifier. But that's just my text, isn't it? Oh, I didn't put it in brackets. Okay, so why is my print string wrong? We've got open and close. That's a very debug message. UE5 C++. Begin play print string. C++. Begin play ulog. Oh, wait, what's it doing? Why have I got another window? Ulog. Enter. Is it add on screen? Oh, for crying out loud. I've also realized that I deleted the. Oh, for you back there now. You okay? And then that's going to fail because there's no end one. semicolon. Why did it automatically fill it out for me when I wanted it, and then I pressed the wrong button and it just vanished? Why can't you just call print string and then add text? Ring. Why is log string? There. I don't want to keep doing ChatGPT, but I have no choice. UE log brackets log 10 morning. Print to screen using G engine. We should be able to just take this. We spawned in Control Shift B. That's done it. So now we press play and go to output log. And I go to the actual log. Should be fine, isn't it? An output log. Oh, 10 warning, we did get it. Okay, so we are showing the player. I'm just blind. So if we change this now. Let's spawned in Control Shift B. And then we press play and then we close output log. Press spawn in. Cool. Okay. So we got print string going. So this is the slash. Thank you. it's completely different. This is saying you do if brackets G engine is valid, then you go in. So is it just I need to start doing tab and not the engine. If I do that, nothing was added. We get it twice, so this is wrong. G engine. I'm just going to copy this. I'm doing this because I know that I'll need it at some point if I'm doing C++. Because it's always way easier to add stuff to the screen. There we go. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with just copy and pasting text. As long as I understand how it works. And this one, I do. I'm assuming that's like GUI engine or something. G engine. If G engine is valid, it should always be. Then add on screen debug message. So we're adding it to the screen for what's that, -1? Not too sure what the -1 would be. But for 5 seconds, and we're making it green, and the text it displays is going to be player spawned in. Is the key render layer? So like whereabouts it is? Maybe? You don't really need the if statement. Most cases it'll be true. That's what I thought. That's like that's why I was confused if we actually needed it at all. Because if we've got the engine open, it's gonna have to be true. So can I just do that then? Same thing, and then goes through. Okay. There we go. Nice. Okay, so we've done that. Our player is spawning in. We have no camera or anything like that. So the next part is to be add a camera. So this is we're adding the component hash generated H, and then in VR pawn we need to. I'm gonna put this above. I don't know if hierarchy. Oh, for fuck's sakes! I keep doing that. I don't know if hierarchy matters in here, so I'm gonna put it in order that I think it would be in. So new property, visible anywhere. I could just copy this. Class. It's gonna be class. View camera component. Pointer. I think it's a pointer. And then the name would be VR camera. And then close it. Like so. And then VR phone. We've got this one. And VR camera equal create default sub-object camera component. I can't remember why we have the text. I think it's the name. VR camera. Do the same thing for root. Oh my god, I keep doing shift enter. VR set of attachment, VR camera. That's going to be our root components, like so. I go to B to build. I'm not too sure why they have to include camera components. No. Because I've already got camera component. What am I doing? Camera component H there. Go to B. Sorry. Gosh. The controllers now get attached to the VR camera. Um, no, we create a scene component and then we attach the camera and the motion controllers to that. And then that should be the correct hierarchy. But I just did this. It says log actor VR1 persistent level.b has natively added scene components, but none of them was set to the actor's root component. Pick one arbitrarily. I'm not too sure what that means. I'm also not too sure how to even tell if we've got a camera. Oh, oh wait there. I could just. Yeah, we got a camera! Clock HMD is done. So, on our player, begin play. Oh, we need to check if HMD is enabled. So what the logic here? I'm gonna load up just this little bit. This is just the bit that I want to translate to C++. And then we set up the scene components. But if we do this, we should be able to actually press play afterwards and then jump in. So it's going to be inside of our player, so C++, begin play. But it's a case of how do we tell it to set the tracking mode. So that's a function. How do we call a function? We've already got the HMD stuff. Do I need to do it in here again? Hash include head mounted. Head mounted display. Begin play. I don't know how to call the function. Is it not fine? I thought we were all good. Or is it this one? I think that's what you're trying to. Oh, it's because it removed the component. So, yeah, that's wrong. How do I add this default subcomponent? Can I just go straight to set attachment? Set up attachment, brackets, bracket, root component, and then that one would be the root component, and then these ones would be attached to VR origin. I don't know if we need anything else on that VR origin. What? Might be because I changed the hierarchy around while it was still open. Sorry, chat again. Yeah, make VR origin your root. Yeah, that's the idea. Make it the root, and then everything else is attached to that. But I don't know because here we've got VR camera, and then create default sub object, and then new camera component, and then the name. I don't know if I've got to do it with this. I think I might have to. Oh, for crying out loud! So something like that. Create default C root, and then is it use C? Using component VR origin. VR origin. Cool. Go to B. We'll build this, and then I'll open the project again. Once things are open, they can crash. I'll have to get used to it. Yeah. Do set root component brackets via origin. I think I've done that. What do you mean for itself? VR Origin, and we've got everything else as a child of it. Yeah, I can do C++. It's only taken how long now? 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours to create a VR pawn with a scene origin, a camera, and the two motion controllers. Then we've got a game mode set up as well. That's while learning everything else. And I'm kind of understanding how the header is now communicating with the C++ file, which works. We also figured out that if we need stuff that we can't access, we've got to add it to the build.css file, or CS file, and kind of go from there. So now, VR origin is our root. That's fine. VR camera, we don't really have to change anything here because lock to HMD is already on by default. We've got our VR origin left motion controller. We need, what's it called? XR device visualize. XR device visualization. So I've got to go to VR1. View property components. Let's see if I can do this. The left XR device. That should be fine there. So you've got the header, VR origin, VR camera, and then it's going to be a child of these. So can I do left XR device, right XR device? It's just a case of copying this, isn't it? See. Left. I think that's going to be fine. And then left XR. Sorry for getting quiet all of a sudden. I'm just concentrating. And then these are attached to left motion controller. So motion controller. This one's the exact same. Equal Create default sub object XR device visualization component. Right. Oh, this is nice. Okay. And then right XR device. Like so. If B, Control Shift B, it's probably going to crash. Oh, no, it didn't. I'll close that blueprint anyway because it'll probably die afterwards. Um, oh, this is what we got before, wasn't it? When we had to go into here. Oh. Oh, I think we have to add something in here. Of the red lines. I'm not getting anything. We've got to add some module name in here. Display XR device visualization. Let's have a look. UE5 XR device visualization. Our base. Generate Unreal Engine project model. I removed the U on these. I've got a feeling it's going to break it. Yeah, U object. Okay. XR device visualization component. That's fine. Oh, U. So the question is, why is it red? Undefined XR device visualization component. Use of the undefined type. Oh, it's in here, isn't it? Hash include. Oh, what call it? XR base. Why is it the head not display grayed out? Display anymore? I thought I was using that. Do I not need it because it's in the build.cs, so it's global. Also learning the code. The delay is nuts. I'm really sorry. I know the delay is bad, but it's set to be as fast as possible. So project. I want to go over there with itself. That's just my little reference project. You open it up, and then if I open this up, we should have. Yes, do I have that? Oh, is it the header I have visible? Visible everywhere. Oh, I just changed it while it's open. It's probably going to crash. So visible anywhere makes it so I can see it literally anywhere, which is really not good. So what can I change visible anywhere to? Like visible in the component. That's all I want to do. What if I just take this and literally just like do that? What happens? Failed recompile. Edit anywhere. So we've removed it from here, hopefully. Up the origin. Yay! Camera. Keep that one visible anyway, just so I've got a reference to it. Which should be like a reference to the code, like how it differs. Oh, that's looking way better. So now in price visualization, uh, Boolean thing. Oh, I should have kept that in. Let XR device. I think it's that. And then display device, display model source. It's going to be an enum, so is it brackets E? I don't know what this enum is. Let's leave that and we'll see what happens. So now I should be able to actually start this. Josh Freeman, being C++ Pro in no time. That would be very nice. Bring it on. What did I break? So let's boot this up. That's a HDMI cable. Okay, cool. Okay, we're in. So now, I do play VR preview. We're in the scene. I can't see my hands, but that's going to be because there's no visualization set. All right, guys, give us a second to go get a drink because I'm getting a bit of a headache. There we go. Oh. All right, be back in a second. we go. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we need to figure out how to get a device to display or a mesh. Is visualization active? True. So hopefully, if we press play, we should see our motion controllers. Is my right controller dead or have I messed something up? It updated left, but it didn't do the right. Oh, it might be because I had it open. Right. Because I had it open, it didn't change. So now if we jump in, oh, my right controller is tracking. I can't see it anywhere though. Step two. Visualization active. Why would left control be working but not right? I've done something stupid. XR device, right XR device, component, now chat, right XR device, right motion controller. Right. Did that close Unreal. I'm going to boot it back up just in case. Josh, did you flip the code so right as first did it show? I don't know. Uh, these are Let's have a look. We'll boot it up and then we'll see if that works. I could just switch these round if that is the case. Just the right. Oh, why it keeps getting stuck. For another one. We're definitely not adding another component. So change the order. So Control C. Keep doing that. There's some attachment priority. Okay. So we've built it. Can jump back in. Now we gotta see if it's the left or the right control we find. It's the left again, so it's something to do with the right. Left side, left side, right control is. We're not getting any errors. Right XR device. Sub object. Instead of attachment right motion controller. Probably wrong way. Right XR device. That is visualization active true. I copied this line from the top and it auto filled it. If I do see, one thing I'm really excited for is learning how to do communication between C++ files. So like casting or blueprint interfaces and event dispatchers. I feel like once that's down, I think that's pretty much the groundworks. Because to be fair, once you know that how to do those three things in blueprints, Unreal just opens right up. Stop the controller from spawning in. Speed? I definitely don't think it's a position thing. You're gonna make me just do that. I don't know because I put the spaces at the beginning whether that affects flow. Don't worry about putting the seat. We're on the same mindset. I can see my hand in the Oculus menu, so I'm definitely tracking. But I'm not getting Do I have to add another one somewhere, like another motion controller? We've done that. We've got the component. What is the root component error? Errors. Or is it here? This one. Do I need to create origin should be the root component, which is this one. Do I just remove that? If it's technically the root component, it doesn't need to attach to a root component. You zero has natively added scene components, but none of them were set as the actor's root component. So how do I make VR origin the root component? Can I just do like I'm just guessing? I don't think it's telling you what to use. Add a set root component brackets VR origin. Okay. So do I do that beforehand or somewhere else? C++, VR origin. If it's like the setup stuff, it's going to be everything else. So it's going to be that. Like a dot. VR origin. Nothing, just exact thing. Okay. Uh, like so. Okay, nothing really changed, and I still don't have a right controller. The error though. Cool, thank you. No. Oh, I wonder if it'll work. Oh, with motion controllers, do I have to give it an it's a child, but it's not getting the parent. Do I have to give it a reference? So, for example, the left motion controller, it has an enum, motion source. I wonder if I have to specify somewhere that it is a right or left controller. Because I thought the display device model would have done it. Let's see. XR device. Instead of attachment, not attaching the properties properly. Uh, Wait there. I found the solution. Attachment. Set attachment motion controller. This page, but I don't know what it belongs to. But it says XR device visualization component. That's where I figured out that we needed the XR base. It should be a model because it's using the OpenXR folder. So engine, plugins. folder name. Oculus left and Oculus right. So these are the models that it uses from the plugins folder. Um, so we should be getting the right ones. But we're also not seeing the left controller on the right hand, which says that it's going to be something else. Set that to left manually, doesn't always default to left. I didn't set it. I didn't tell it what hand it was. I'm pretty sure that OpenXR does it though. Fail if there's no default model. Use custom to specify your own. But it shouldn't fail because there is a model in OpenXR. Worse than when you type into Google and it's your own tutorials that come up. Maybe your right hand thinks it's the left. Sometimes find good stuff. No, I think you picked a really hard starting point to learn C++. To be fair, I do VR every single day, so at some point I have to dive into this. I might as well jump into VR now and learn how it's all set up. Because at the end of the day, I've only been the one making the mistakes. It's been pretty smooth sailing so far. Um, Albeit a little slow, I think, compared to a computer science degree. I'm picking it up pretty quick. Um, it should be auto activated. Is visualization active? True display device model. Do I just do custom or OpenXR? I wonder if I can change that enum to OpenXR. I Google VR tutorials, I get the sketchy stuff. Honestly, I've had some situations where I'm working on client work and I'm stumped. So I end up googling this, like googling it to see if I can find some help, and it's just a list of all my own tutorials, and I'm like, that is not helpful. It's such a pain. Um, Nothing is standing out to say like this is wrong. Um, Display model source. Just display model source. I just want to change it to OpenXR. Blueprint for now will show up. I don't know. I'm also not sure whether I'm referencing the correct one from the game instance. I know. That didn't change. Oh, game. It should be BP porn, isn't it? BP underscore VR porn. Why can I only reference the C++? I do after, like, I think that's after BP underscore VR porn, which is this one here. Charge, hello, welcome. Can't reference. Did I need to create a new game mode then? So we want to do C++ classes, public, VR game mode, create blueprints class, game state. Make sure that this is my VR game mode. Jump in, and then it works. So we need to change. We do need to change that then. Change the display model source to OpenXR. Okay, delete that so I don't forget. I need to figure out what goes in here. It's gonna be like E underscore or something, but I don't know what the enum is. It's good morning, Jonathan. I recently ran into an issue where publishing an app on the Quest store. It seems to publish, you need to remove slash define Android permissions, access files, and stuff like that. Okay, we'll come back to that. Josh, I have an interview at work, so I'll leave you to it. Um, good luck. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Thanks, dude. Good luck with the interview. Chris, our app doesn't need that, so we're trying to remove the permissions. So it's just to remove the permissions. Yeah, there was a really easy way to remove permissions. Um, ah, I don't know if I've got a build anywhere, but there used to be there was a source online. Um, this one here, So like you just go in and then you can remove them from there, from the actual file. So that's what I did. So if you open up Android manifest.xml and then you just delete the permissions you don't need, you can save it and then it should be fine. Should just work. Play device model. Can I just do enum and that? Okay. Because we did found something similar to solution. Some people would say that when you worked in. No, I worked for a blueprint project. I'm pretty sure that's what I tested it on. Set that back to default. I'll comment out that. Does it work again? Or have I messed something up somewhere else? No, I think it's good. Okay, so you don't change an enum like that. Thanks for the advice. No worries, dude. See. Hopefully we're still live. Cool. 1, 2, 5. 5. Copy. Go. I don't know if my network's playing up, but everything seems really slow. Play model store. I just feel like it should be OpenXR. And red is bad, so that's not the case. UE5, C++. Enum. Changing enums in C++. There we go. I just had to learn how to do an enum. U enum. So now it's on default. If I close this, it should be, hopefully. Got a red line. Can't convert from constant character to enum. Can't convert from const. Like that. Unexpected CV qualifier. C++ on Unreal Engine. Trying to use enum directly here. No, I'm trying to figure out how. So we have this variable inside the motion controller device visualization, which is called display model source. And I just want to change this to OpenXR. I thought it was an enum, but when I tried that, it told me off and said it was a constant. Cannot convert from const character 7 to enum. So I'm trying to figure out how I can replace this section here to change the device model to just a value of 1. So get right XR device, set the display model source. Because I thought the drop down would have been an enum. U enum OpenXR to OpenXR. Unless I just do 1. But then I'm getting an error for. So I'm doing something wrong with this. So you call your file is getting the unreal representation of the enum struct itself. I don't know what the enum is. Like, I don't know what this enum's called. Wait, and then like something else. Hover over the set display model source and see if it shows a type hint. It doesn't show anything. Custom to specify your own. Hover over the set display model source and see if it shows a hint. I go back. OMG, OMG. Hello. Go back. Yeah, by the way, what are you working on at the moment? Um, so if I comment this out, just so we can actually build it and then jump in, I've gone ahead and coded it so we've got our whole functionality set up. And then when I jump in, we have our character so we can actually track it with a headset. And then we've only got the left controller. I need to change the enum in the XR device visualization to OpenXR so it tracks both. We debug that by creating a blueprint version of our character and spawning that in with that option set. But I want to learn how to change the enum with the C++. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. The class I want to set is display model source. And I've got that wrote out here, but it's this bit that I'm struggling with. Do I do model source and then brackets const f name? Uh, let's try that. That's what it was saying, wasn't it? F name and then display model. F name OpenXR. Hmm. See, I'm a little confused. OMG, I've got no idea what you're on about. And we don't need the game instance. We don't even have a game instance. Display model source, right? Const f name new display model source. Yeah. Reimagine C++ set display variable. I can't even see it. This is saying display source, that's fine. Just do the F name and then oh, okay, that worked. Jump in. Do we hopefully see both controllers? Nope, still just the one. So it's not changing. We can then open this up as well, and we can see that if we go to device visualization, it's still on default. Nice. I'm just kind of guessing with this now. Think that Bill without an error. You need a constructor and you define it on the C++ file. We've already got the constructor, I believe. Because we've got our .cs and we've got everything that we need in here. And it's just changing that one drop down. That's all we need to do. Wait, now I'm going to delete this character and make sure we're not using it. Yeah, we're not using it. Okay. Set up the correct one. Then control a hand. So let's put that in there as well. Or we can actually test it. Oh, keep doing that. It's the whole board. It's not even. That's definitely the right one. Spelled correctly. On begin play. Fresh device visualization. DVD just old. Also, the tracking source is wrong. Um, that should be it. It shouldn't need anything else. I don't need iPhone here. That's not 30 minutes ago, Australia. It's okay. source isn't in the drop-down list for XR write XR device, maybe due to one of the following issues. Execution order, set display model source is called fresh. Do that, and then we have a look at the output log. Output log. Same display model source for write XR device to OpenXR. We're just printing this, aren't we? That's just printing that. It's not doing anything. No uPlayer mappable input config provided in the OpenXR input project settings. That's fine. We haven't got any of that in there. Yeah, Google. Right motion control, the set display model. Did perform mesh succeeded. Trying to do this. So this is the line that we've got. Do I need to do this? Because I tried adding this in before and it didn't work. Left motion controller. Um, motion source. XR. Chris, have you used ChatGPT? I'm using it now and it's still not helping all that much. Which is part of the problem, I think. Try and see if this works. Let's have a look. I see I've used it a bit for blueprint help, and sometimes it will recommend nodes that don't exist. Blue stations, yeah. Yeah. Plus, it's got old versions of the engine. I think that's the problem. It's taught on a lot of old builds, like old documentation. So by the time it comes to using 5, it just doesn't work anymore. See, we've only got one controller, and that's what we're trying to fix. I don't understand why we can't just change this easily. It's just driving me nuts. My right controller is definitely on because I can access the Oculus menu with it. I'm pretty sure we're on the right track with this. Left XR device, set display model source. Or is it like equal? Saying look at this, set display model source, F name. So I don't think it's an enum. So let's see if I can hover over it. Right one. XR device visualization component. F name. I'm gonna have to wrap up in a minute, and I just really want this to work. If we can get to a place where the controllers are working. Typical, wow, you're still streaming. I am. Won't be much longer though, as gonna have to go and cook dinner. But yeah, just not changing. Default still, it still sets default. Um, I'm sure I would have learned loads. The video will still be up online once I'm done. Like once I've finished it, it'll stay on the channel, so you can access it through the live stream section. Um, I've learned a bunch today, like an absolute crap ton. It's been really fun. It did take 2 hours to get some progress. Now we're slammed into a wall again, trying to change a box value. I just want this to change to OpenXR by default, and that's what's not happening. But I'm pretty sure I've got like 10 minutes left before I've got to wrap up. So if anybody knows how to do this quick, it will be awesome. The left control is working fine. And the catch is, if I change this to OpenXR in here, OpenXR, and then create a blueprint version of the game mode, okay, PP VR porn, and we set this as my VR game mode, which is the blueprint version. Then when we start, I get both of them. So there's something with it that's causing the problem. Default works. So I don't have to do that? Default works, then what's the problem? We gotta activate it or something? Cool. Which Visual Studio you're running? I'm using JetBrains Rider. So it's now on for free. So I'm just using the non-commercial version here. It's just a full-featured IDE, but it's integrated into Unreal really well, and it takes a lot of the guesswork out of things. It's been fantastic. But I'm trying to figure out why we can't do this. So settings. So motion control. That is visualization active true. Visible, visible, active. Nothing is different in here at all. I don't know if there could be something with the game mode. Is there something in the game mode that when I create it, it then changes? Okay, there's something different between a VR pawn and the C++ one. That's it. VR pawn that's the C++ one. There's something happening between a C++ class and a blueprint class. I mean, when I load the blueprint one, it all works. Um, activate. That's not going to make a difference. That's not on. I don't know why a C++ won't behave differently when added to the game instance. To the game mode, sorry. 5, C++, um, um, you, oh, that's too much text to read now. Why do I have both of those in here? So you can initialize the components after. Try basics C++, not even VR, just to understand the mechanics. It's been really cool. Honestly, it hasn't taken that long to get up and running. I have had a lot of help from chat. Um, but overall, getting started with C++ has been pretty good. Um, Apart from this, do we get why? Okay, so we still get that. Wait, is it? We having some conflict with OpenXR. Restarted Unreal, but I have to boot it up. Chris, great to see you learning something new, Sensei. Thank you. Yeah, I've been wanting to do something new for a while. I've been working on some stuff for pass through and like XR based stuff, but I've been wanting to get into C++ for a really long time. I don't have any reason to use it just yet, but the idea is to just play around with it and then see where we can go from there, which is good. So as we learn, this isn't linked to this engine version that's running now. So we close it, wait for it to do its thing, and then I boot it up from here instead using the play button, and then this will get a little green dot on it, and then it'll mean that the IDE is linked to the Unreal Engine version that we're working on. We learned that the hard way. Left controller again is the only one being displayed. If I press play after Control Shift B, should boot in, press play, and hopefully see no controllers. There we go. So we see no controllers because we haven't added them. If I add the right XR device, and we do that again, Now you can see which motion controller it's attached to. Right. Yeah, it's a great skill. I also have no reason to use it. I thought I did in regards to the Android permissions issue, so hopefully I can get what you said. Should be fine. I find the Android.xml permissions, I'll delete those lines and then save and try again. Galvanic. So I had a question. I shifted sprint to the left hand and now I'm moving backwards for some reason. Even if I don't do anything, I start moving backwards for some reason. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Maybe input mappings or the variable mixed up somewhere it's feeding through. Stick drift could be something to do with stick drift or the ranges or the zones. The right hand went on the left hand. What? Left hand device is set to off, but the right hand set visualization active to true went to the left hand. Left controller. Yeah, cool. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. It's always nice to be able to do something like this because I've got client work tomorrow, and then Wednesday I've got like a full day of video editing for the pass through series, and then Thursday I'm doing client work again. So Friday I might do another stream, and then see if we can maybe work on this some more. I've been really enjoying doing C++. It's only registering the left controller when we do it this way. Change it to the blueprint version. We work fine. That blueprint version is created off the C++ one that we're using. Like, this is literally a child of BPVR. So what would be the difference between those two? I don't think we're going to get to figure it out because I think family is home, which means I'm wrapping up and I'm going to go spend time with them. And so yeah, not doing anything. Okay, guys, I'm going to leave it there. And we've been going for almost 4.5 hours. So I'm going to save all. I'm going to close that, and then I'm going to close this. I think all of these save. I think we've got an angry toddler. So that's it. C++ practice. Cool. So all right, we're going to close that. And everything else. So if you enjoyed it, if you enjoyed things like this when you learned like C++, then let me know. Leave a comment in the description, and then I can always do some more. But I'm probably going to carry this on, which would be really cool. Difficult. I have a Pico 4 Ultra, but tempted to get a Quest 3 dev work. The Quest 3 is awesome. All right, guys. I'll see you later on. Bye.